Kripadrishti vistyati dinam vatano grihane shamaagyam edakshidishya kumaratma jovandham mutyagayana vayamochita bhakti vajokritaksha tata prema bhaktim sakhamakriyasha
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krsna Maharaj. On behalf of ISKCON Radhadesh, we are so happy to have you here in Radhadesh. We give you a warm welcome, and we are truly blessed to have you here. I think quite a number of us are following you via YouTube, listening to your very topical and deep, and at the same time sometimes humorous discourses on the scriptures. So we are so pleased you're here. And the topic that was chosen, I remember a class that you give very recently about, you quoted the Mukta Charita from Radhadesh Goswami, where you said that spiritual master first introduces you to the holy name, and then to the mercy of Gauranga, and then to the confidential associates of Lord Caitanya, like the 6 Goswamis, and then to Vrindavan. So I'm very pleased to have this exciting week ahead of us with you speaking about the 6 Goswamis. So we wish you a very nice time in Radhadesh, and I hope many of us will take the full benefit of your presence, either here physically or via the online streaming that we have also. So, His Holiness Swayam Bhagavan Keshava Maharaj Ki Jai.
Yeah. Oh, you have. Oh, yeah. That's right. I forgot about that. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, everyone. Oh, no, that's good. No, that's okay. That's fine. So really happy to be here with all of you, and Radhadesh is actually like a second home. We used to come here every year for festivals, not too far from the manor. Of course, in the last few years we haven't been here because of different considerations, but it's wonderful to be here again. And this beautiful topic of the Goswamis of Vrindavan. The Goswamis are such an important part of our lives as Gaudiya Vaishnavas. One of our teachers, he says that it's not that the Goswamis contributed something to Gaudiya Vaishnavism, they contributed Gaudiya Vaishnavism. In other words, they are actually the architects of our spiritual life, our movement, our tradition. And so really, really important and inspiring to just take some time to reflect on their lives. And I hope in the next few days, we'll all develop a deeper relationship with the Goswamis, because they're not just historical personalities that we're discussing and learning information about, but they're living personalities who we have a relationship with and who we can have an interaction with. So yes, we'll do that. We'll just do a short kirtan now. Which ones come out? Radha Madhava Kunj Bihari Radha Jai Radha Madhava Kunj Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jai Nitai Gaura Premanande. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam pavinebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Namo Vishnu padaya Krishna preshthaya bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki. So over the course of the next 6 classes, we'll be talking about the Goswamis. 6 classes on the 6 Goswamis. So later on, if any of you would like these slides, we can also give these slides if that helps. And it is a very, very wonderful topic, as I mentioned. Well, before I get into the topic, let me begin by asking all of you a question. What would you say is the biggest lie in the world? And I'm going to give you a few tips. This is a lie that is told in every single geographical region, in every single culture in the world. This is a lie that has been told generation after generation and continues to be told even today. This is a lie that we accept even when it's proved wrong to us again and again. And this is a lie which all other lies in the world are often based upon. What do you think is the biggest lie in the world? That you'll be happy in this world by enjoying sense gratification. Yes, that is the end of that interactive exercise. It's like straight in, every devotee knows this, right? Yes, the idea that material objects, material achievements, material relationships, material arrangements, that these things will make me happy. It's amazing because even when we come to the Krishna consciousness movement, we still can't give up that lie. It's so deep-rooted, isn't it? Therefore, sometimes people wonder, why are there so many materialistic people, even like materialistic things happening even within a spiritual movement, because these lies run so deep within the consciousness of the living entity. But then let me ask you another question. If this is a lie that practically all of us know that material things can't make us happy, why is it that this lie keeps perpetuating in the world today? What could be a reason for that? Hare Krishna. Any ideas?
We have no alternative.
We have no alternative. Exactly. What does Krishna say in Bhagavad Gita? Vishaya vinivartante niraha rasya dehina raso varjam rasopyasya param drishva nivartate. Krishna says basically everyone in the world is looking for rasa. Rasa means taste, flavor, relationship, juice. You can't actually single out a single English word which can describe rasa. But when we hear the word rasa, even just in our mind, we can understand it means a deep experience within the heart. Some sense of deep pleasure, satisfaction that we're looking for. And everyone in this world, regardless of who they are, what they do, everyone is looking for rasa. Rasa makes the world go down or go round, and can make the world go down as well. Everything we do is driven by the search for rasa. Srila Prabhupada is explaining this right in the beginning of the Nectar of Devotion. He's explaining that there are different types of rasa, and broadly speaking we can say there is mundane rasa, material rasa, rasa which is chapala sukha, which is temporary and flickering, which comes from material things. And then Srila Prabhupada contrasts that and says there is also bhakti rasa, rasa which comes from divine connection, divine love, rasa which comes from a relationship with Krishna, and which awakens a dormant love that's there within our heart. So this rasa is there, and everyone in the world is being driven by their desire to experience rasa. And everyone is working hard, to experience rasa. I remember when I joined the temple, like when you join the Hare Krishna movement, one of the most traumatic experiences is waking up for Mangalarti, like every day. And I remember on one occasion my alarm clock went off at 3 o'clock, whatever it was, 3:30 or something. And somehow or other, it was one of those days when my mind was just, bombarding me with doubts. I was just like, why? Like I could have joined the movement where they start the day a little later, like so early in the morning. But it was interesting that just at that moment, one of my old university friends called me. And somehow he just called me. I saw his name on my phone. I was still lying in my sleeping bag debating whether to get up or not. And I saw his name. So I picked up the phone and he said, "Oh, you answered." I said, "Yeah, what are you doing awake at this time?" He said, "What are you doing awake at this time?" and then we started having a chat. And then I was telling him, "Well, I'm in the monastery. We get up at this time." And I said, "What are you doing awake at this time?" And he had joined a corporate bank, an investment bank in the city of London, and he had just done an all-nighter at the office because he had a project deadline, and he was just kind of heading home. And I was thinking, wow, well, would I want to be going to bed at 3:30 in the morning after having done an all-nighter in the office? Or would I want to be getting up to be with spiritual people? And I thought, maybe it's not so bad. Okay, let's go Mangalarti. And it just revealed to me that, everyone has to work hard. Everyone has to endeavor, and everyone is endeavoring for rasa. But in this world, unless we experience superior rasa, we cannot give up the lower rasa. Sometimes in Shastra you find these like radical statements. For example, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, anyone who doesn't believe in Caitanya Mahaprabhu is a demon. And you think like, whoa, is this like the born again Hare Krishnas again? But I was thinking about that statement once, and you know what the definition of an asura is? If you look in the Sanskrit dictionary, the definition of an asura is Ashushu Ramate iti asura. An asura literally means in the Sanskrit dictionary one who enjoys pleasure by contact with the senses. Maybe there's a few demons around, just a few, right? That's actually the Sanskrit definition of a demon. Anyone who enjoys, playing. Ramate means to play. Playing with the senses and enjoying sense gratification. And then you begin to understand, then it may make sense why you're a demon if you don't believe in Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Because if you don't believe in Caitanya Mahaprabhu and the process that he's given, how will you experience a higher taste? And if you don't experience a higher taste, how will you give up the lower taste? And if you can't give up the lower taste, then definitely you will begin playing again with sense gratification, and then you fall into the category of being a demon. So it may not be that illogical when Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami makes statements like that rasa only comes from unlocking this gift that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given, and therefore we find this very famous verse. Prem ras niryas karite ashvadhan, raga marga bhakti loke karite pracharn. That when Krishna came to this world as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he came for two reasons. One was prem nas niryas karite ashvadhan. Svad means to taste. So he came to taste prema ras, the taste of love, the taste of divine love, the taste of love in separation, the taste of Srimati Radharani in an ecstasy of connecting with Krishna. But simultaneously, Raga Marga Bhakti Loke Karite Prachan. He wanted to prachar, he wanted to also give, he wanted to spread, he wanted to propagate the Raga Marg, the path of spontaneous love that he was tasting, and he wanted everyone to have the opportunity to experience that rasa. So this is why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes to the world, to basically taste rasa and to help everyone else taste rasa. Here now I will give you probably the quickest snapshot of the whole Chaitanya Charitamrita that you can ever get. This is basically Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's life. He begins in Navadvip and he's born there. Later on he becomes a God-intoxicated bhakta after his initiation by Ishvara Puri, and then he begins the Sankirtan movement. The next major phase of Mahaprabhu's life is when he travels as a sannyasi in South India. And then another major juncture is when he comes to two places, Prayag and Varanasi, and here he meets the Goswamis. And then you can say the fourth major place marker of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's life is when he returns to Puri, and then he stays there, and he spends time with all of his devotees in Puri. And then you can say Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ends his pastimes in the Gambhira, where he's in seclusion, where he's experiencing the highest emotions of love. So if you want to know Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's life in probably the most simplest way, it's like this. He was starting the movement of love in Navadvip. And then what he was doing is he was spreading that movement of love in South India and everywhere as he traveled as a sannyasi. And then when he went to Prayag and Varanasi, what he was doing was structuring that movement of love so that it would continue for many, many generations to come. And then when he returned to Jagannath Puri, he was solidifying that movement of love by creating a community of love, by having all these interactions with his devotees. And then finally, what did he do? He was savoring that love when he went into seclusion, and he just, with a few confidential associates, went into the highest ecstasy of devotion. So this is basically Mahaprabhu's life. He comes to this world to spread the movement of love. First he starts it, then he spreads it, then he structures it, then he solidifies it, and finally he savors it for himself. For our discussion over the next few days, the very middle part of this movement is what we're going to be focusing on, the structuring of this movement of love. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came and he displayed all this love, and he gave the basic formula of how you can experience this love, but all of that needed to be structured. You see, Mahaprabhu's love was like a waterfall. Have any of you ever been to a waterfall like Niagara Falls or something like that? Mahaprabhu's love was intense. It was like a gushing flow. And can you take shower in a waterfall? I don't think so. It's pretty heavy. It's not so. So it said what the Goswamis did is they took the waterfall of Mahaprabhu's gushing love and they made it into an ocean that anyone could then bathe in and then inculcate that love in their own hearts and minds. And so the Goswamis were the ones who basically structured Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement. They were like the pioneers of Mahaprabhu's movement. The six Goswamis were spiritually manjaris. Manjaris are the assistants of the Sakis who then assist Srimati Radharani in her pastimes with Krishna. And therefore they were very, very eminent personalities from the spiritual point of view in the ultimate transcendent reality. But from the material point of view, the Goswamis were also incredible people. Rupa Goswami was the private secretary of the chief of the Muslim occupational government. Sanatan Goswami was the finance minister. So they were both incredibly smart, incredibly sharp, incredibly tuned in terms of how to get things done in the world. Gopal Bhatta Goswami, he was the son of Venkata Bhatta, who was the chief priest in Sri Rangam, which is the seat of the Sri Vaishnavas. So in India, one of the most powerful and prominent, even today, Sampradayas is the Sri Vaishnav Sampradaya. And so Gopal Bhatta was the son of the chief priest in Sri Rangam, which is the seat of the Sri Vaishnav Sampradaya. So you can see he was also incredibly influential person. Raghunath Das Goswami was like the son of a billionaire. He had opulence like Indra, it said. And then Jiva Goswami was just a mastermind, a philosopher, what we call the Tattva Acharya, the Acharya of spiritual conclusions, who was writing profusely and had such deep insight. And then we have Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, who was like the guru of the Jaipur kings. In India at that time, the Jaipur kings, the Rajputs, they were the most powerful. Man Singh, Jai Singh, some of these names you would have heard. And Raghunath Bhatta, by his spiritual purity, they had become completely surrendered to him. So he was commanding respect from the most powerful monarchs of the time. So now you begin to see how the Goswamis were the ideal people to structure the movement, because spiritually they were the most confidential associates of the Lord. They were manjaris in the spiritual world. But from the material point of view, they were incredibly competent. They were incredibly sharp. And therefore, they could achieve things. They could really, really get things done. This seminar is entitled The Masterminds of Bhakti. The Goswamis are masterminds. They're masterminds, you can say, for three reasons. The first reasons they're masterminds is because they mastered their mind and senses, isn't it? That's what Goswami means. Goswami means one who has control over their mind and senses. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Tani sarvani samyamya yukta ashita matparaha. Unless you learn to control the mind and senses, you cannot rise to higher levels of spiritual insight and revelation. And therefore, because they were able to control their mind and senses by their complete immersion in spiritual trance and spiritual devotion, they became exemplars of devotion. So they were masters of their mind and senses, so therefore a mastermind. But they were also masterminds because they knew the mind of their master, isn't it? We glorify Rupa Goswami, how? Shri Caitanya manobhishtam stapitam yena bhutale swayam rupa kadamayam dadati swapadantikam. Manobhistam, they knew the mind of their master. It said that a third-class disciple hears what their spiritual master tells them and is not able to follow. Second-class disciple hears and then follows. But the first-class disciple doesn't even have to be told, they know. And even before the spiritual master tells them what to do, they know what needs to be done. And therefore, they were the most confidential, completely connected with Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. When Rupa Goswami would write verses, Mahaprabhu himself would be amazed. He would come to Rupa and say, how did you understand my mind? Mahaprabhu would look at Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and he said, he's reading my mind. And Sarvabhauma would say, yes, but you have empowered him, so what do you expect? So they knew the mind of their master. They knew the mind of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and therefore they were masterminds. But they were also masterminds because they knew how to reach the minds of others. They knew how to describe and detail Gaudiya Vaishnavism and the practice of bhakti in such a way that anyone from any background, in any sphere of life, could then go and practice that bhakti and achieve that prema ras, that divine love that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu so much wanted everyone to experience. So this is why the Goswamis of Vrindavan are masterminds of bhakti. And if you look at these 3 points, they give us very, very clear points for our own lives if we want to become instruments of bringing spirituality, bringing Krishna consciousness, bringing divine love into the world. It begins with our own embodiment of those principles and our own spiritual acumen by mastering our own mind and senses. A spiritual person, spiritual people can create the most faith in people, and they can also create the most doubt. And when someone is living according to pure principles, living shining example of purity, then naturally they're able to reach the hearts and minds of others. If we want to become carriers of bhakti, we have to become connected to our teachers, to our parampara, to our acharyas, because that faith and that connection with the parampara is what gives us the power to then infect other people with the message of the parampara. And thirdly, if we want to really spread Krishna consciousness and spread bhakti, then we also have to understand not just philosophy, not just practicing it, but we also have to understand pedagogy, which is the way to reach people, communicate with people, connect with people. Preaching is not just a matter of getting the message right, it's a matter of also getting the message across. Right? If we want to take people somewhere, first we have to meet them where they are and then take them on a journey. And so the Goswamis were so powerful in that way. They were able to reach the minds of others. And that's why they're such exemplary people that we look to. And the leader of the Goswamis, although not the oldest of the Goswamis, the most senior member of the Goswamis was Sanatana Goswami. But in our tradition, we understand that Rupa Goswami, he was considered the leader of the Goswamis. And he was given the epithet Rasa Acharya. Because ultimately Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to teach the world, embody rasa, and then give that rasa freely to the world. And the Goswamis were his assistants in doing that. Rupa Goswami was outlined as the Rasa Acharya and therefore the leader of the Goswamis, because his insights into rasa were basically unparalleled. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu empowered him in such a way to experience that rasa in his own heart and mind and then be able to explain it to the world. And so Rupa Goswami is the one who formulated rasa theology. And if you want to sum up rasa theology in one sentence, this is what it is. The taster tastes the taste because of good taste. This is rasa theology. The taster tastes the taste because of good taste. In other words, something may be very, very sweet, something may be very, very nice, but the ability to taste that taste depends on the good taste of the person who's tasting it. isn't it? Like sometimes someone may buy some clothes and then another person looks at them and say, you got no taste. You know? Or, you know, sometimes they have like wine that's been like, you know, for hundreds of years, it's been like, you know, stored away and now it's become like, but only if you're a connoisseur, you know, like sometimes they just like taste it and they can appreciate. Otherwise, a normal person who has they will not be able to appreciate. And therefore, this is basically Rasa theology. Rupa Goswami, the first thing he outlines is, where is Rasa to be found? Rasa is to be found in Krishna, because Krishna is the Akila, Rasamrita, Murti. Murti means the embodiment. Akila means unbreakable or undeniable or unlimited. Rasamrita Murti, the embodiment of all rasa. And therefore Krishna has all these names: Rasa Raj, Rasa Bihari, Rasa Shekhara, Rasika Raj, Rasanath. All these beautiful names Krishna has, because ultimately Raso Vaisaha, Krishna is the reservoir of all rasa. And therefore the first thing Rupa Goswami outlines is, who is that Krishna? You see, we say Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But what is the Supreme Personality of Krishna? That's what the Goswamis outline. The Bhagavatam tells you who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Ete chamsha kalapumsha Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. So the Bhagavatam reveals to us who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Krishna. But what do the Goswamis reveal to you? Who is the Supreme Personality of Krishna? Because Krishna also has many, many different personalities. But if you want to know the sweetest, the most confidential, the most charming, the most colorful, the most beautiful and heart-warming manifestation of Krishna, then that's Krishna. Aradhyo Bhagavan Vraje Satanayas Tadhama Vrindavanam. Krishna, who is the son of Nanda Maharaj, who is tending the cows in the holy abode of Sri Vrindavan. That Krishna, the playful cowherd boy, is the reservoir of all rasa. And therefore, when we approach Krishna, then we have an opportunity, when we approach Krishna in that form, to fulfill the heart. So that's the first thing that Rupa Goswami outlines. Where is that rasa to be found? And then he outlines who can appreciate Krishna. Who can actually understand that sweetness? Many people may see pictures of Krishna. Many people may hear the holy name or take darshan of the deities. Many people may have access to this process, but does it mean they will experience rasa? No, because the taster tastes the taste because of good taste. And therefore, who can taste Krishna? One has to become a rasika bhakta. In other words, one who has the ability to taste. And who is the rasika bhakta? The one who has been able to give up the lower taste is able to taste the higher taste. And therefore, this is the second thing that Rupa Goswami outlines. How to become a rasika bhakta. How do you purify yourself? By engaging in all the different aspects of different angas of bhakti, 64 items of devotional service. And then Rupa Goswami goes on to explain, when you do get an opportunity, because of purifying your heart and mind, to connect with Krishna, who's the Rasamrita Murti, what does that experience feel like? And therefore in his book, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, he basically explains all the different components of rasa and how they mix together to give an amazing experience for the devotee who has developed good taste. And therefore he talks about Sthai Bhav, Vibhav, Anubhav, Sattvika Bhav, Vyabhichari Bhav. Very technical. Maybe in future sessions we'll go into that. But this is basically rasa theology. this is actually the greatest contribution to the world, because everyone is looking for rasa. The whole human condition, the whole human endeavor is to find rasa. And every person practically knows the futility of material rasa. Even us. But we're not able to give it up because we're not able to develop that higher rasa, that higher experience. And therefore, who can be a more important person in our life than Rupa Goswami? Because he's the one who comes to give the science of how to unlock that rasa. And if we deeply connect with him and connect with his teachings, then we'll be able to gain entrance and walk away from all of those things that we know ultimately will frustrate us. It's just such a frustrating world. And so, when Caitanya Mahaprabhu wants to, through the Goswamis, teach the world how to unlock that rasa, then he tells them, create a movement, and I'll tell you what you have to do in order to create this movement. I'm going to give you 5 instructions. So these are the 5 instructions that Caitanya Mahaprabhu comes to give the Goswamis in order for them to basically structure the whole movement of bhakti. And these 5 instructions give us the 5 keys as to 5 major things that we have to do in our own lives if we want to awaken this bhakti. So maybe you can repeat after me, line by line, these beautiful instructions that Mahaprabhu gives to the Goswamis. Bhakta Bhakti Krishna Prem Tatvera Nidhar Vaishnavera Kritya Ara Vaishnava Achar Krishna Bhakti Krishna Prem Seva Pravartan Lukta Tirtha Udhara Ar Vairagya Shikshan. So the first thing that Mahaprabhu tells the Goswamis, Bhakta Bhakti Krishna Prem Tatvera Nidhar. Establish tattva. Tattva means truth. Write down in books, codify and systemize all the principles of who is a devotee, what is devotional service, and what is love for Krishna. In other words, establish the philosophy of bhakti, write it all down. This is the first thing. Then he says, Vaishnavera Kritya or Vaishnava Achar. Show what is the ideal behavior, the ideal characteristics of someone who is a devotee. Then Krishna Bhakti, Krishna Prem, Seva Pravartan. Establish places where people can go, communicate in community, in congregation, to serve Krishna co-jointly. Krishna, particularly in the mood of in the form of the deity. And then Lupta Tirtha Udar, excavate the holy places, the tirthas. Tirtha means a holy place. It literally means a bridge. So there are many places in this world which are a bridge, a portal, a crossing place, an entrance into eternity, the holy dhams. And so Mahaprabhu told them, find those tirthas and make them known to the whole world, because by going there people can connect to the transcendent reality. And then finally, Vairagya Shikshan. Become the ideal examples and teach people about renunciation. Because unless you let go of this world, you cannot enter into the other world. And so these were the instructions that Mahaprabhu gave to the Goswamis in order for them to establish the movement of bhakti. But if you look closely, then basically what they're doing is they're giving us 5 very important truths in our life, or instructions in our life. The first one is tattva. If one wants to awaken bhakti in their heart and mind, if one wants to taste rasa, then understanding philosophical truth is an important foundational part of that process. Therefore, Kaviraj Goswami says in Caitanya Charitamrita, Siddhanta boliye chite nakara alash, iha hoite Krishna lage sudrida manas. When it comes to understanding Siddhanta or philosophical truth or tattva, nakara alash, don't be lazy, don't be negligent, don't be lackadaisical. Iha hoite, by doing that, Sudrida manas, your mind will become very, very strong and a fertile ground for bhakti to arise. So the first thing is ki, tattva. But not just that, if we want to experience rasa in our life, there also has to be sadachar. Achar means activity, sada means eternal or good or spiritual. It literally means good behavior. You can know all the spiritual truths, you can know all the philosophy, but if there's not good behavior, if there's not good character, if there's not spiritual conduct and interaction and relationships, the rasa will not come about. And so that's another key. But not just that, there must be seva, there must be selflessness, there must be a giving of oneself to connect to Krishna, a display of one's sacrifice. And not just that, one must not just visit the tirthas, which means a holy place or a sacred space, but one must create a sacred space in their life in which they're living. Wherever you are, in whatever location it may be, we have to create a sacred environment so that we can actually practice bhakti in a deeper way. And finally, vairagya. We have to learn to let go. We have to learn to let go of certain things in this world. Let go of unhelpful habits, let go of unhelpful objects, let go of unhelpful relationships. This is necessary. And if we do all of these things, then definitely rasa will arise within the practitioner. And so the Goswamis, they were told by Mahaprabhu that you do these 5 instructions, and they did it. And if you look at Srila Prabhupada's life, he did exactly the same things. And a devotee, if they look in their own individual lives, they will realize these are the 5 things that I have to pay attention to. And so what we'll be doing over the next 5 sessions is we'll look at all of these 5 elements and we'll see what does it exactly mean for my life, and how will it help me to awaken rasa in my endeavors. Because if I don't experience that higher rasa, how long can we go on in spiritual life just on the basis of philosophy? How long on the basis of determination? How long on just a hope that in the future it will happen? These things are all an unsteady platform. The only steady platform is rasa. That's the only steady platform, because Krishna says, Raso Varjam Rasopyasya Param Drishtva. That person is fixed, nishta. There must be some rasa. And so this is a major consideration in our life, and this is the gift that the Goswamis come to give us, and this is what we'll be exploring over the coming days. So let me just pause there and see whether, just so far, we have maybe 5-10 minutes, just to see whether there may be any reflections or any questions or comments or anything you'd like to ask so far as we enter into this subject. This was just a very quick introduction, and we go into more detail, but just to see if anyone would like to ask any questions. Yes.
When you say the 5 points,
Mm-hmm.
the 5 points is let go of all. let go of all bad habits, bad comportment, attachment to
Relationships, yeah, let go.
relationship, to it's always the same question when you are not in a temple or in the structures, but you live in and outside the world, you know. Like here it's different, it's a temple, an ashram.
Mm-hmm.
So do you manage always this connection to not get lost? It's so much easy way to get tempted or to fall a bit of the past, to come back, to go. I talk about my own process, of course. So in the let go, I always have the challenge of how I function in this world, which is a world we can call outside, for example here, and how you stay connected. I know it's practice and reading, but in the interaction with the world and people, it's not always that clear or simple, I find.
No, definitely. It is. It's complex. When you're living in the world, it's almost like you're there. You can't just walk away from things. You can't detach yourself. But it's like this. Let me ask you a question. When two people are having an argument, they're right next to each other. Why do they shout? They're right next to each other. Why do they shout?
Because they want to be right, or they want to be heard, or they want to make their point, or this ego.
Mm-hmm. But what's the deeper reason that they shout, even though they're right next to each other?
They don't feel heard.
They don't feel heard, yeah.
And why don't they don't feel heard?
They're not listening to their heart, perhaps, or they get to their mind and to the agitation.
Because their hearts are so far away.
That's it. The heart is far.
When the heart is so far away, even though you're next to someone, you have to shout to make up that distance because the heart is so far away. Now let me ask you another question. If there's someone you love who's on the other side of the world, maybe someone you love who has even left this world, but sometimes when you just think of them, you feel their presence.
Yes.
You don't have to say anything. Why? Because the heart is so close.
Yes, the heart is
so
softened.
the real distance to something is not the physical proximity, it's the closeness of your heart, it's the closeness of your attachment to that thing.
Closeness, close, you mean?
Right.
Close, not closeness near, but close.
As in intimacy.
Close.
Yeah.
Close, yeah.
So the idea is that eventually when we're living in this world, it's not that we eject ourselves from the society, but we're not so intimately connected with it in that way. Rupa and Sanatan, they wanted to run away and be with Mahaprabhu, but it wasn't the right time. And so Mahaprabhu, he sent a letter to them. And you know what he wrote in the letter? He wrote a kind of mystical verse. Paravya sinini nari vyagrapi griha karmashu tadeva swadayatyantar navasanga rasayanam. He just wrote this verse to them. What does the verse say? They wanted to run away, and he writes a verse back to them, and what does it say? Just as a lady who's married, but who has another lover, continues to perform her duties at home, even more attentively, so that no one will suspect that she has another lover, but all the while her mind is on that person. And in this way, Mahaprabhu told the Rupa and Sanatan that you stay there, you practice, but internally you place your heart and intimacy in something else. Now that's difficult, but that's what we have to learn the art of, how to be in this world, how to function in various environments, in various relationships, to not neglect people, to not neglect our duties, to not become dysfunctional, but at the same time to not invest our heart and our hopes in those things, but rather to invest our heart and our hopes in spiritual things which will take us to where we want to go, spiritual relationships. And so that over time we learn that art of how to be in the world, how to function, but instead of taking the association of negative environments or negative relationships which will drag us down, we give association and we have a positive influence on others, and we learn to protect ourselves from being dragged down like that. Yeah. Yes.
Hare Krishna. Maharaj, thank you for your lecture. It was very nice. I wanted to ask, like we practice our spiritual, all the principles in our spiritual life, and we did get some taste, otherwise we wouldn't be here. But somehow we get stuck and there's no new taste. I don't know how to explain it differently. So, but we are doing all these things, and everything actually depends on the mercy of Krishna. So can you say something like because you did say these 5 keys, but then there's also mercy, which Krishna gives us so that we can actually have this higher taste. And also in our spiritual lives we get stuck even though we think we are doing all these things. So how can we get out of it?
Yeah, taste in spiritual life is an interesting thing. It's not, definitely you're right, all of us definitely got a glimpse of higher taste. But the reality also is that for many of us, definitely I can say for myself, there was a taste that we gained in our various stages of spiritual life that kept us going, but which may not have been a taste which was so necessarily based on something deeply spiritual. In the beginning, maybe there was a taste in Krishna consciousness because it was new, it was different. Maybe there was a taste later on because it brought some relief from all of the other problems. Maybe later on there was a taste because we achieved some influence or some position. Later on we received the taste because we managed to conquer over some things that we were struggling with. But how much of it you look back in your life and reflect was taste which was coming from genuine connection with Krishna? That kind of taste never becomes hackneyed. That kind of taste can never fade because that is Rasa Amrita. Amrita means deathless. But when we say, oh, my taste faded, then immediately in the question is the answer. Because if it faded, that meant it wasn't the real thing. Because when the real thing comes, it can't fade. Anandam buddhivardhanam pratipadam purnamrita svadhanam. And so, there is in spiritual life, sometimes we're moving on the basis of a taste which is a shadow, a semblance, a glimmer of actually the real thing, and a taste which is also mixed with many other material things. And therefore, sometimes what Krishna will do in a devotee's life is they'll take those things away. They'll take away those things that were giving you, the biggest book distributor who thought they were riding the wave and experiencing, Ashakti Bhava on the edge of prema. It's ecstatic to win the marathon. And then Krishna may just take away all your abilities. And then you think, oh, was it really spiritual or was it just a glimmer, something else? So Krishna, he will act in our lives, sometimes appearing and disappearing, sometimes giving to encourage, and then sometimes taking away to help us go to deeper and deeper levels of taste. And so, yes, this is a big point of reflection for all of us, that in all of these years, what has kept me going? And definitely there is spiritual taste, no doubt. But maybe there are many other things that kept us going and keep us going, which are not necessarily the real thing. And the more we can convert that to genuine experience, then we'll be on a much more progressive path. Just some thoughts, and we can explore more. I'm just looking at time. I think we're just about to finish, right? Yeah. So we'll finish here for today. So just to summarize for today, I just gave you a very, very quick introduction. Mahaprabhu came to this world to taste rasa and give rasa. And when Mahaprabhu wanted to solidify and structure that for the world and generations to come, then he did it through the Goswamis. He asked the Goswamis, who are incredibly spiritual, illustrious spiritual personalities, but materially competent. When he asked them to structure the movement, then he basically gave them 5 instructions. And these 5 instructions were the kind of blueprint of the whole movement of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. And within these 5 instructions are 5 key things that we have to focus on in our life if we also want to experience that rasa. And finally, we talked about how of the Goswamis, the leader of the Goswamis was Rupa. Rupa was the leader not because of age, but because he was the Rasa Acharya, which is the epitome of what the Goswamis came to teach. And Rupa Goswami explained succinctly Rasa theology, which means where is Rasa to be found? In Krishna in Vrindavan. And who can experience that Rasa with Krishna in Vrindavan? One who has become a Rasika Bhakta. And when one experiences that Rasa with Krishna in Vrindavan, by dint of becoming a Rasika, what does it feel like? That is described in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And so these are the contributions of the 6 Goswamis. Srila Prabhupada ki Hare Krishna.
So after Gora Arti there will be another session with questions and answers. So it's not over yet. So please stay for Gora Arti, and afterwards Maharaj will answer more questions. That's 7:30.
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Arati Kashobha Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Arati Kashobha Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Arati Shobha Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Arati Shobha Janavi Tatavane manaloba Dakinenitai chan Bamigadadara Nikate Advaita Srinivasa Chatradara Basi Ache Gorachan Ratna Simasane Aroti Korena Brahma Adi Devagane Narari Adi Kori Chamaradulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Goshaya Digaya Shanka Baje Ganta Baje Baje Karatala Madhura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala Bau Koti Chandra Jini Vadana Ujvala Gala Deshe Vanamala Kore Jalamala Shiva Shuka Narada Premi Gada Gada Shiva Shuka Narada Premi Gada Gada Bhakati Vinoda Dekhe Gaurara Sampada Bhakati Radhike Gaurara Sampada Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Ka Shobha Janave Tatavane Jagamana Loba Gorangera Roti Shobha Jagajana Mana Loba Gorangera Roti Shobha Jagajana Mana Loba Gorangera Roti Shobha Jagajana Mana Loba Shobha Jagajana Mana Loba Jagajana Mana Loba Jagajana Mana Loba Shobha Jagajana Mana Loba Gorangera Roti Shobha Jagajana Mana Loba Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Niveshesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine Namaste Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Nitai Gaura Haribo Haribo Nitai Gaura Haribo Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada
Jaya Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivadikacharya Aswadharashata Shri Srimad The Divine Grace Lacey Bhaktivedanta Swami Shri Prabhupada Ki Swansan Stavakacharya Shri Prabhupada Ki Jaya Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivadikacharya Aswadharashata Shri Srimad Divine Grace Shri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Ramsakahoy Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasudhi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyam Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Rajmani Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Mayapur Navadvip Dham Ki Shri Kshetra Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Ganga Mai Ki Yamuna Mai Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Srimati Tulsi Maharani Ki Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande Glories to the Son of Devotees Glories to the Son of Devotees Oh glories to the Son of Devotees Glories of glories Lord Sri Shri Guru Gaura
Namaste Narasimhaya Namaste Narasimhaya Pralada Lada Daine Pralada Lada Daine Hiranyakashipu Shilatamkana Kalaye Shilatamkana Kalaye Ito Nirsimha Parato Nirsimha Ito Nirsimha Parato Nirsimha Yato Yato Yami Tato Pradita Hiranyakasipu Tanubringa Gedadita Nahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Savadvita Narari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Nrsimhadev, 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 Jaya Nrsimhadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Marge is asking if there are still devotees who would like to do the Q&A. Devotees are up for it. It would be nice. Otherwise, I see a few devotees nodding their heads. So any questions? Mahaprabhu. There's 9 o'clock. Is it again at 9?
Do you want to the assistant for the question and answer?
questions maybe on what we were discussing just before Guru Arati in terms of the Goswamis. Otherwise, we can also
Yes, I had a question because I think I heard you say that spiritual people can create the most faith, but also the most doubt in others. So can you explain more about that? What does it mean?
Well, I'll tell you a story. I heard this story. I don't know if it's a mythological story, but anyway, it's a good story, so I'll tell it anyway. Once there was Kali, and he had 3 agents. And he told the agents, I want you to go out into the world and spread my influence. So one of them went out and he said, he came back and Kali said, what did you do to spread my influence? He said, I induced a man to steal from a shop. He said, you did okay. The second agent came back and Kali said, what did you do to spread my influence? And he said, I caused the husband and wife to argue and separate. He said, you did okay. The third agent came back and Kali said, what did you do to spread my influence? And he said, I caused a saintly person to break his vows. And Kali said, you've done the best. Because spiritual life is resting on faith. Everything in spiritual journey is resting on faith. And when faith is damaged, then it basically rocks the very foundations of our spirituality. So spiritual people are creating a lot of faith, you know, because if all of us think of how we began spiritual life, that seed of faith was planted by a devotee. Yes. Otherwise, Krishna Bhakti Janma Mula Hoya Sadhu Sang, Krishna Bhakti Prema Teho Puna Mukhya Ang. Kaviraj Goswami says that Krishna Bhakti Janma Mula, the very root cause of Krishna Bhakti being awakened within one's heart, is association of devotees. But that also means the opposite is also true, that the seed of doubt also begins with devotees. And therefore you find in religious traditions, religious history, religious organizations that the most turbulent times have always been when people's faith has been shaken, and often that faith is shaken because of practitioners within the tradition itself. And so each of us have a great responsibility, because just by the way we carry ourselves, we're contributing to a community of faith or a community of doubt. And if there is doubt, then spiritual progression is very difficult. And Krishna also says that Agyascha Shradadhanascha Samsayatma Vinashyati Nayam Lokosti Na Paro Nasukam Samsayatmanaha. Krishna says, for the doubting soul, there is happiness neither in this world nor the next. So this is why it's so important that the purity of each individual is contributing to a community of faith. And where there's that community of faith, then spirituality strives. But where there's doubt, because of doubt in individuals, then everything tends to stagnate and go down. I don't know if you want to respond to that, or if you'd like to ask more.
No, I was just thinking about sometimes. I was thinking that sometimes maybe also when you were telling about this, that sometimes maybe the doubt is in the person who cannot see the saintly person for who he is also.
Yeah.
Like with Pundarik Vijanidhi, I think is his name.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so then...
So yeah, no, that's definitely true. And Caitanya Charitamrita again says that Tandra Vakya Kriya Mudra Vigyayana Bhujoy, that sometimes people cannot understand the mind's words and activities of a Vaishnava. So sometimes there's also that potential for misunderstanding. They say the problem in Kali Yuga is that leaders do questionable things and followers question everything. So it's a problem from both sides. But at least from one side, if we can solve it by trying to act in the most, carry oneself with integrity, then at least from one side we can solve the problem. The other side, that people question everything and people tend to see fault and people criticize, that you can't do. But if that tendency to be critical, fault find, be judgmental is fueled by then someone who does questionable things, that adds more fuel to the fire. So, yeah, that's Kali Yuga. Leaders do questionable things and followers question everything. Problem from both sides. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I just had the same question on the same topic. Why are we doubting? Why?
Why do we doubt?
Yes.
Well, one reason we doubt is because we came to the world to be independent. And so that tendency to not want to believe in something higher, to not want to be part of something higher is running very strong. So like, we often doubt to justify our desire to want to be independent. You know, that's also why we criticize, we fault find. Like, really we don't want to be under someone, so then at the first opportunity where there's a fault, we say, see, I'm justified for not wanting to follow this person, you know. So that's one reason. I think another reason we take a tendency towards doubt is because our faith has been also broken in so many ways in the material world over so many lifetimes. And sometimes our faith has been broken in material things, and then we take over that faith that has been broken in material things and then take that tendency over into spiritual things. For example, like, say for example, a child grew up with senior figures in their life who they couldn't trust, therefore they grow up with a trust problem. And then later on, when it comes to a spiritual organization, when there are spiritual people to put trust in, they carry that over from their material experience. So because we have been caused to doubt the material world, we carry that over and then use it to doubt in the spiritual sphere as well. So that, and then I think another reason why we doubt in spiritual life is because of this, that even within the spiritual sphere, often our faith is broken, and our faith is, you know, so naturally then. So I guess, yeah, but it's a very good question. I guess there could be so much more to say on that.
I had a question regarding what Mataji said, and also what Prabhu was talking about, but you were talking about when we get disappointed from the material world, and then we put that onto our spiritual world. But what happens when we face disappointments in our community, in our spiritual community, and our faith is broken? And my question is, what is the internal process for restoring our faith?
Yeah. The first thing we have to realize is that when we read the Bhagavatam, basically the Bhagavatam, one way you could look at it is it's a book of mistakes. In the first canto, Parikshit makes a mistake. In the second canto, Brahma makes a mistake. He gets attracted to his own daughter. In the fourth canto, Dhruva makes a mistake. In the fifth canto, Bharat makes a mistake. He gets attached to a deer. In the sixth canto, Ajamil makes a mistake. He sees a prostitute, he falls down. Basically, but it's not just a book of mistakes, it's also a book of recovery. So Parikshit recovers, Dhruva recovers, Brahma recovers, Ajamil recovers. First thing we have to understand is that we're living in a time of many faults. Kaler dosha nidhe rajan. This Kali Yuga is also no faults. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he says, weakness in Kali Yuga is not a disqualification, but cheating is. So when there is weakness in this age, then we should not be surprised, and also then we should not write someone off. But where there is cheating, then that is more troublesome. So I think the first thing is we just have to not have a utopian idea of how spiritual communities will be, how spiritual people will be. Prabhupada writes one famous letter, and he says, don't expect utopia even in the Krishna consciousness movement. Right? We're in a hospital, and a hospital means people come here to get better. And by default, a hospital means it's full of people who have an illness. So naturally, there are going to be problems. That's natural. But then it's more a question of how we manage that and how we create a compassionate and a proper environment where such things can be addressed and others are not harmed in their journey by that. Other thing I think we have to do is we have to just be the change we want to see in the world. And I know sometimes that may feel like it's just, may feel like we're not addressing the root of the issue. But what can we do? We have to come forward. If every individual comes forward in a mood of trying to be an exemplar of Krishna consciousness, then the more devotees, then that will saturate the society with positivity and trust and faith, and the other things will gradually disappear. So we have to change the narrative and not always be focused on everything out there that's going wrong, but deeply looking within ourselves and ask, like, what can I do to help it go right? What can I do to help people's faith? So yeah, I think these are, I don't know if you want to respond to that or, yeah. Yes.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, I would like to ask, we were discussing today with Mahaprabhu the point, what should be our attitude in a devotional service, talking about the beginning state of devotional practice. And one opinion was that we should still seek, even in a Krishna consciousness, for enjoying, and another, because he was quoted some verse that we are joy-seeking,
pleasure-seeking entities.
Yeah, entities. And another point was, another side was saying that as we are in the hospital, so what we can actually enjoy when we are in an unhealthy state. So if we should stand aside to still seek the joy, or to first think of Krishna, that he should be happy and like this become healthy, and in that healthy state to enjoy in the correct position.
Yeah, so while we're beginning devotional life, should we seek enjoyment or should we just seek service and then just in that service find our enjoyment?
So if I can add something, because nowadays we can see that in the Krishna consciousness movement is moving more toward to be nice, to have nice heart to each other. It's not like in Prabhupada's time, like really only service to Krishna. So how to find also the balance maybe, or how to deal with this enjoyment.
Yeah. Ultimately, Bhagavatam is explaining how the soul will be fully satisfied. Let's begin there. So Bhagavatam says, Save pumsham paro dharmo yato bhakti radhok sajay Ahaituki apratihata yayatma suprasidati. If you want to have atma suprasidati, which means complete satisfaction of the soul, then you have to find a type of life in which your devotion is not motivated by anything and is not interrupted by anything. If someone says, I'm in Krishna consciousness but I don't feel happy, then it means two things. Their devotion is interrupted or it's motivated, and probably both, to a greater or lesser degree. So that's where we're trying to go. But in the beginning, we are not there. We have desires, we have, we have so many, we have a heart which has a vacuum, and we need something to keep us going. And therefore sometimes we will just cook something really nice that all the devotees like, and it's not that they just like it because it's prasadam, they actually just like the taste of it. It's not just done for Krishna, Is that a bad thing? Well, it's not the ultimate thing. The ultimate thing is just to do everything for Krishna. But is it a bad thing? Not necessarily if it keeps you on the path going forward to Krishna. In the beginning, we may not be able to develop that level of purity where it's just like everything for Krishna, nothing for me. So on the journey, we may, in our spiritual life, have different types of enjoyment in spiritual life which don't take us back, which are not harmful, which are not sinful, because they may just help us to keep going. And then later on we realize, I don't even need those supports, let me just serve Krishna. So sometimes, Srila Prabhupada, he saw that the devotees were going out in 26 2nd Avenue, like the class would start, and then halfway through the class some faces would disappear. And then later on Prabhupada found out because there was a donut shop or ice cream shop. So, you duck out of the class, get a quick ice cream and donut, and then come back for prasadam to the temple. So then what did Prabhupada do? He made a jar in 26 2nd Avenue and he filled it with gulab jamuns and he called them ISKCON bullets. And he said, they're here, anytime you're hungry, anytime you want one, just take one. Right? Because that helped to just keep them there. So was that like no motivation, everything for Krishna? No, it wasn't, but it was okay, it's in spiritual life. So we have to be practical, we have to be realistic, and then we have to aim towards a life in which we're giving more and more to Krishna without any consideration of my enjoyment. But you can't imitate that level of purity immediately. If you do, it may not be sustainable. And so sometimes the analogy is given that we control the mind like someone riding a horse. On the reins, sometimes they pull to control the horse. But if you just keep pulling all the time, the horses sometimes can become more and more agitated. Therefore, with the horses, sometimes you pull and sometimes you just let them run a little bit. But not too much, then you pull again. And like this, you control. So sometimes it's like that. Let yourself have a bit of enjoyment which is not going to violate your Krishna consciousness, take you back. But sometimes you just need. And then eventually you'll come to the point where naturally it's flowing towards Krishna. Does that make sense? Balance. Yeah. Yeah.
A hot mic. The hot potato. Thinking what to ask. I have a kind of a big question and then yes, I was wondering about you mentioned nicely who is the Supreme Personality of Krishna and the nectar of devotion, and to me, you also are very, you mentioned how the structuring part of the Caitanya Charitamrita, structuring the movement, the 6 Goswamis, and you've helped with your books, I just want to say. Thank you for those books of structuring, the Bhagavatam, Caitanya Charitamrita, Bhagavad Gita. And I was just wondering if Nectar Devotion is in the is coming up or something. And just because on my it's kind of fallen to the background. Nectar Devotion, I remember in Bhakti Shastri I got some of it, but not very familiar with it in one sense, and so I was wondering if you could. I'm guessing it's going to come up as well, so I don't want to, detract from what you were going to say, but if you wanted to share
something on the
put it
next.
on the map.
I mean, it's funny you should say that. We were thinking for some time. I was speaking with His Holiness Sachinandan Maharaj as well, and we were talking about this, that perhaps one of the needs in the Krishna consciousness movement is to have like a modern day kind of bhakti handbook of like not just the practices of bhakti, but what's the internal journey that we go through at different stages in our spiritual life. And when we perform certain angas of devotional service, how that affects us, what obstacles come up, the anarthas and so on, but making it very contemporary according to what we experience. So we began working on that actually. We took the Nectar of Devotion by Rupa Goswami. Then we also took the Madhurya Kadambini by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, where he talks about the 9 stages of devotional service. And then we took the Bhakti Sandarbha, where Jiva Goswami also talks about the practices of bhakti. And then we took contemporary, Shivram Maharaj has written Sudha Bhakti Chintamani. And so we were looking at all 4 of those and seeing like, what is it, how can we create something which will be like a handbook to help devotees understand what may happen at different stages in their spiritual life, how to react to that, and different insights that the acharyas give as to how to advance your devotional life at different stages. So it's in the pipeline. Let's see, Krishna allows.
I don't know if I'll be able to formulate the question properly, but you mentioned how basically everyone is searching for rasa. And I know this is kind of I don't know if it's a suitable question to ask, but I just never thought about it in this angle, that actually we understand that we come to this world, we're also trying to experience rasa, but the reason we come is because of that mistake of free will. But isn't rasa itself blamed? Because in that sense we have all the enjoyment in the spiritual world, but it seems that we still have this desire to search something else. So does that mean that because rasa is unlimited and the desire of the jiva is unlimited, that actually in one sense we are always here, also the spiritual world is ever increasing? That means we've never reached perfection in that sense. Of course everything is perfect, but the perfection is always increasing. So that's what actually gives us the opportunity to make that mistake. Is that correct? That rasa in itself has, like free will, is the greatest thing. We can love Krishna. We can also choose to so-called separate ourselves. So rasa seems to also give us
support that idea. Yes. Of course, yes. Of course, the fall of the jiva and the origin of the jiva, and that has many dimensions to it. But this is a very good point. That anandam buddhivardhanam, that rasa is ever increasing ocean, and therefore you're saying that in the spiritual world, although we're experiencing rasa, does that curiosity, Srila Prabhupada seems to explain it as a curiosity, like what would it be like to be separate? And does the fact that that rasa is ever increasing further back up that yes, the jiva may become curious because It's not that they're not satisfied, but because rasa is ever increasing, they may desire to experience a different kind of rasa. Yeah, I've never explained it like that, but as you say it, it sounds like something which, yeah, could be used to explain it. I think one of the main difficulties, just to go back to the origin of the jiva question, why it's so difficult to understand, is because we're dealing basically with, this is going away from the rasa, but I'm just talking about the jiva question because you asked it. I think it's difficult to pin it down in that way, like describe it in that way, because you're dealing with two different time dimensions. Right? You've heard this explanation, that imagine like this is the time scale on the earthly planets. Okay? So you know this concept that as you go higher and higher in the universe, then time dilates. So that like, you know, a certain time in Brahmaloka is a huge, you know, one day on Brahmaloka is 6 months on the earthly planets. So time dilates as you go higher and higher. And then when you come to the point of the causal ocean, which is the, you know, meeting point of the spiritual and material world, then time is at 0. And then in the spiritual world, it's just like going like this, like in another time dimension. So then when we talk about the origin of the jiva, when we're trying to talk about it as a linear narrative, and then we were in the spiritual world, and then we decided to leave, and then we came, and then we went back, you can't really talk about it as a linear narrative, because now you're talking about events which are spanning two different time dimensions. If there's no time in the spiritual world, how can the jiva ever leave a place in which there's no time? When did he leave? Well, there's no time there. How can you re-enter a place that has no time? You're always there. So then it becomes somewhat of an inconceivable matter to look at it as a linear narrative. But your point that yes, the idea that there's ever-increasing rasa could lend weight to the fact that yes, maybe the jiva could be also ever searching for more rasa, and in that potentially misuse free will and come to the material world. Yeah, good point.
Just to know, you're speaking, a thing arose in my mind. You're speaking now, then if there are less time, there are less matter. More time, more material. Then is the time, Krishna says, time I am, is the time a kind of punisher, a punishment?
Time of punishment. Yeah, Krishna says, Kalosmi, time I am. And then we say in the spiritual world, there's no time. So when Krishna says, Kalosmi, then he's referring to himself in Kala Roop, the form of time in which he destroys everything. So you can say in the material world, Krishna in his form as Kala Roop is a kind of punishment. Because in the spiritual world, there's nothing to destroy because everything is eternal, everything is Sat, Chit, Ananda, everything is pure and absolute. But in the material world, we have matter. And so what Krishna does in the material world in the form of time is he begins destroying things. He destroys attachments, he destroys relationships, he destroys situations. Basically, he destroys our hopes. Now you could say it's a form of punishment, but actually it's the ultimate form of compassion. Because what Krishna is basically doing is he's destroying everything so that we'll finally understand what's real. This is called destructive enlightenment. Yeah, therefore, yasyaham anugranami harishe tadhanam shane tato dhanam tyajantasya svajana dukadukitam. Krishna says, when I especially favor, then I get destructive. Swajana dukha dukitam, one misery after another. So yeah, it's a kind of punishment and it's the ultimate compassion at the same time because it reveals to us. Yeah.
I have a question regarding this higher taste and rasa relationship. Does it, at the beginning especially, because at the beginning we have to approach a spiritual master, right? And we develop a certain taste and a relationship with him. And is this relationship actually the foundation of the relationship with Krishna and rasa with Krishna? Because there is a spiritual relationship and like in service and trying to satisfy. So I'm not talking about rasa like Krishna rasa, but because there are these spiritual emotions, are they like something that's teaching us also about this rasa with Krishna? Because then it develops even further. Would you say maybe something about that?
So in this world we establish a relationship with the spiritual master, and there is naturally rasa there with the spiritual master, a way in which we interact. And is that any indication, or does that have any connection to our rasa in the spiritual world, or mellows in the spiritual? Is that what your question?
And it also develops it in a way, because this is our first. This is our like first step towards something that's more pure in the sense of the relationship.
Yeah.
Because we tend to. My mentor, he says that we tend to humanize the relationship with Krishna because we reflect the relationships we have here in the material world in that sense. But the relationship with the spiritual master, it seems to be more spiritual. I don't know how to explain. Maybe I also don't know how to formulate very nicely the question. But it's because because for me personally, the first taste of spiritual life came from the spiritual master, and the taste of some kind of relationship which is totally different, which is the spiritual basis.
Yeah.
And it awakens in you surrender, right?
Yeah.
So in that sense, I don't know if
I mean, if you look at the 5 rasas of relationships with Krishna, whether it's conjugal, parental, fraternal, servitude, or the basis of all of them, the 4 main ones, is service. Whether you're in a conjugal relationship with Krishna, a fraternal, a servant, a parent, the basis of it all is service. The gopis are serving Krishna. The cowherd boys are serving Krishna, but they're all doing it in their own mood. But the basis of it all is seva bhav. And therefore, when we're connecting with a spiritual master, even when we're connecting with the deities in the beginning, Srila Prabhupada said we're worshipping the deities in the mood of Lakshmi Narayan. Because in the beginning, it's not that we're approaching Krishna in Vrindavan, but we're worshipping with reverence, with punctuality, with cleanliness, with a high consideration of rules and regulations to do it perfectly. Because basically, we're trying to develop the mood of being a servant. So with the spiritual master, this is the basis of the relationship, that what we're trying to do is become a genuine servant of the spiritual master, a genuine assistant in their service to Krishna. We're trying to put our desires second and put the desires of our spiritual seniors at the forefront and try to then mold our life around those desires and move in that direction. And by developing that seva bhav with the spiritual master, which is much more accessible, much more tangible, much more real, and requires a genuine surrender in the here and now, then we are much more likely to be able to approach Krishna in that mood of service. So I would say that's the main emotion that we're trying to develop with the spiritual master, with the deities, in the Vaishnava community, is a mood of service. That's the basis of everything. And through that, the nuances of how you relate to Krishna and how you relate in the spiritual reality, that will be revealed in time. So yeah, those are just some things. Yeah, you can follow up if you like.
Yeah, that's also what I thought, and also what's it's like I feel that this because I was also reading this book of the B.L. Kapoor.
Oh, B.L. Kapoor.
Yes, thank you. About experiences in Bhakti, and there he explains about the relationship and the rasa that the devotees have actually, especially with the deities. That's quite inspiring. But this thing is that it's like for us to experience it. It's like, it's totally individual. Like we can talk about it like we are now and like you will present it and everything. But in the end, it's like all theory until this revelation comes in the heart. So in that sense, that's why I said like, maybe I don't know how to articulate all these things. We have the revelations in the relationship with the spiritual master. So in the same sense, there will be like revelations in that rasa, like with Krishna.
Yeah.
And in that sense, it's like similar. But yes, the basis of it all is of course
Service.
Yes.
Yeah, and the relationships of this world and how they connect to the spiritual world in the life of a sadhaka is very much about the relationships of this world are for purification, so that later on we can enter into the perfection. But in the case of siddhas or spiritually perfected souls, eternal associates, then it's also, you're right, that the relationships here are not just a preparation or a purification to enter, but they reflect what actually goes on there. So therefore, for example, in the spiritual world you have Radharani who's assisted by Lalita and Vishaka. And then what happens is that Radharani, when she comes, her mood is adopted by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and then Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu is in Jagannath Puri in the Gambhira, and then who does he surround himself with? Ramananda Rai and Swarup Damodar. And Swarup Damodar is Lalita Saki, Ramananda Rai is Vishaka, Mahaprabhu is Krishna who's in Radha Bhav, so then it starts to make sense. Yeah, Radharani is surrounded by Lalita and Vishaka in the Gambhira, experiencing, and that is a reflection of the transcendent reality. So for siddhas, the relationships of this world are a reflection of the transcendent reality. But for the sadhakas, the relationships of this world are an opportunity for purification, to then, it's a preparation to then enter like that. Yeah. Yes. Just looking at the time, and then I know you have kirtan also, right? So maybe last question, and then we'll have more days of questions.
Thank you so much for the class. Yes, thank you. I have a very basic question. How would you perhaps explain when we see a senior struggling with certain attachments? They're practicing very religiously and, you know, Mangalarti every day, lecture every day, and but then we see them struggling with, you know, something that seems like that's number one step to overcome. Then how would you sort of, explain how is that still there with without, I don't know, losing respect or I don't know if I've explained the question properly.
Yeah. So when they're still struggling with seemingly, basic things or this one. Yeah, do you want to give an example of something basic? Like, what do you mean by that? Like.
Yeah, sure, lying. Let's go with, with, let's say, lying or.
Oh, okay, like human relationships or like being respectful. Or, yeah. Every tree grows in its own way. A bamboo, when you plant it, you water it for 5 years, you don't see any growth. And then in the 6th year, it just goes boom. And then other trees, they grow progressively, year after year. Every devotee is growing their spiritual life in different ways. Every devotee has certain strengths, weaknesses. You know, like when they look at organizations, they do a SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And if you look at every single devotee, they've got their own SWOT. Right? So every devotee comes in with a strength. Every devotee comes in with... Some devotees are just like sadhakas through and through. But when it comes to service attitude, you know, they lie low, you know. You can't see that. And then other devotees, they can serve. They can serve all day. They're ready. But then not so disciplined. Not able to wake up. You see, some devotees, very, very nice, great qualities. You know, some people are just, they have it, you know, from day one. Just like, you know, you mentioned, like I mentioned earlier about His Holiness Satchidananda Maharaj. So just so like a child, like just so he received that. You know, for some of us, it's not so easy. A bit miserable, a bit, you know, proud, you know, a bit loud. It doesn't come so easy. So everyone has their own configuration that they're dealing with, and everyone is having their own strengths and weaknesses. So that's the first thing we have to understand, that in Krishna consciousness, you can't measure advancement simply based on one thing. One way to measure advancement is faith, but then another advancement is knowledge, but then another one is taste to hearing Krishna Katha. Another one is your development of divine qualities. Shastra mentions all of these as measures of advancement. But then you may say someone on the fourth one is huge, but on the first one, no. So you don't know. Everyone's developing in their own way. So that's why it's very difficult in one sense to place someone, you know. So I think that's the first thing we should understand. But then I think in what you're saying there is also a great lesson, which is that sometimes we think Krishna consciousness is just our dedication to the external practices of surrender, and we don't put enough emphasis on things like character, on things like how I'm carrying myself, good behavior. I'm going to talk about this in one of our sessions when we talk about sadachar. But there's this sense in which sometimes as devotees we can just think like, I'm practicing the process and then everything else in terms of my character change will happen automatically. But no, we have to become humble, we have to become kind, we have to work on our human qualities as well. Otherwise the process won't act as effectively. So I think you're also right that sometimes we can become so spiritual that we just forget to be a nice person, a human. Yeah. And that was Srila Prabhupada's beauty, no? Like Srila Prabhupada was like rooted in the spiritual world with Krishna, but then you just see that picture of Srila Prabhupada at Butler, Pennsylvania in the Agarwal's homes, and he's just playing with the child and he has a smile on his face like he's oceanic, just playing, and you think like, so transcendental, but just so human as well. And that's beautiful. And that's the Goswamis. The Goswamis were like with Krishna. They were having all these revelations of Krishna's pastimes, and then they would just walk around Govardhan and everyone loved them, and then they would come into the village and they would say, and how's your daughter? Has she been married yet? And how's the health of your father? And you're thinking like, these guys are like beyond all of this. But they're beyond all of this, but they have a human closeness, a human kindness by which they can connect. And I think that's so important in spiritual life, that many devotees have often said that we could do with a little bit more kindness in our movement. It can become a little like very spiritual, a lot about the rules, but the kindness is lost in that. So I think in the point that you make, there's something to learn for sure. Thank you. Alright, I guess we have many more days, so we can. Thank you for coming, thank you for your time and allowing me to share something. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Diti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtata Deshatarine Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Shri Radha Gopinath ki jai.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Yes, who can pick up?
Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Everyone together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Rama Rama Hare Hare. Shri Shri Radha Gopinatha ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Gaur Premanande.